We're good now.
There was a magic button.
Magic button.
A magic button. Call to order. Good evening. This is Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, a regular meeting of the Cabell County Board of Education. First in order is, I'd like to ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mary, would you lead us, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Informational items, special celebrations. Dr. Stevens.
Hello, Madam President, board members, Dr. Sachs, Counselor Hornbuckle-Myers. Good to see you all. We have a lot to celebrate tonight in terms of the success of our students in Cabell County schools. This evening is a chance for us to highlight a lot of our high school students who are excelling in their own individual fields. So I know lots of times we have a team who has come in, but this time we have some students who have done some fantastic things of their own accord in their own areas of interest that are just really worth taking some time to celebrate. So we're going to begin with Huntington High's Johnny Ai, who was honored with the Heisman High School Scholarship. We're all familiar with the Heisman as a collegiate scholarship, but they also have a program for high schoolers that recognizes outstanding scholar athletes who understand that their most important victories not only happen on the field, but in their schools and communities. So to tell us a little bit more about that, I'm going to invite Coach Seals up for a second.
Kind of got put on the spot tonight once I arrived, but Johnny is a fabulous player in our program. What a tremendous young man, 4.4 GPA. It will be signing at Marshall University next week to continue his athletic and academic career, but just a staple in our program, staple in the community in the city of Huntington, and has done a lot of great works inside the city. So we're really proud of Johnny and looking forward to his future and all the great things he's going to do in the city of Huntington academically as well as athletically.
Thank you, Coach.
First, I just want to say I'm very honored to be here for this award. And also, I want to say I'm very honored to spend my evening with Officer Blackburn.
Well said. Congratulations. Congratulations, Steve.
We have two students that we're celebrating for earning the Andrew and Amy Vaughn Student Symphonic Fellowship with the West Virginia Symphony Orchestra. And in researching this, I got to spend some time with our friends at the Symphony Orchestra. There are 3 students chosen across the state, and 2 of them are right here representing our 2 high schools. And so this is fantastic. They have earned a fellowship that will allow them to see behind the scenes of what a year in the life of someone with this type of musical experience would be like, from the office to the stage to the practice, getting to work with guest lecturers and conductors. So we're very excited for Kaylee Murphy and DJ Austin. On behalf of both of their teachers, Ms. Vera Miller is going to come up and tell us a little bit about it, and then I'll invite the students up.
Good evening. Just to say we're proud, and I'm speaking for Mr. Dunphy back there in the back too, because he's just beaming from ear to ear. We're just so proud of our kids because these kids are going places. To have something of this magnitude just shows how their hard work pays off. These are the kids that are going to rehearsal tonight with Marshall. She's a junior, and she's already in a college-level orchestra. She is going to All-State next week. She's doing the young people's concerts. She is mentoring to the younger students. She's a true leader. So when I say that I'm proud of my student, absolutely. And I can speak for Mr. Dunphy too, and he is gonna talk. I'm going to make him. You are talking, Mr. Dunphy. That we're just so proud of our kids. But they get to go around and they get to see real musicians in their craft and real leaders in the industry and work in a professional theater and see the ins and outs from backstage to the lights to the sounds to even the publicity in the music business. So we're just very proud.
Board members, I hope you don't mind, but I have to also say regarding Mr. Dunphy and Ms. Miller, though, that we are so excited for these kids and their talents and so proud of them. But I will tell you that being able to help these students acquire these skills would not be possible if it wasn't for two amazing educators. And the fact that they are trying to continue to build an orchestra program is just, they've been doing a fantastic job. And so I'm so proud of the fact that we're able to have that and emphasize that here. But again, it's because of the leadership of Miss Miller as the orchestra instructor at both Cabell Midland and Huntington High now, and of course Mr. Dunphy and his leadership in the music department at Huntington High. So I want to be able to say that. But fantastic job to the teachers and to the students for this award. So congratulations.
DJ and Kaylee, would you like to say anything? You're welcome to. Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I'll move it back here. Well, actually, you got to come up.
Yeah, just come up.
For the record.
Okay. DJ is one of our outstanding students at Huntington High. He's only a junior, but besides the fellowship, he also is the first chair trombone player in the state of West Virginia this year. And on top of that, last month, never done this before, I took a group up to Ohio State for their honor band. There was 185 schools from 36 states, and he was also first chair in the top band at Ohio State, which is a pretty big deal. If he keeps his head on straight next year, he's probably going to go anywhere he wants to college for free. So.
That's right,
Well, thank you, Mr. Dunphy, for going the extra mile for your students.
yeah.
That's not a requirement of your job. And you do all sorts of things like that, as do the rest of your music staff up there. That's an amazing group of teachers. And
Wow.
the results are right here in front of us. That young man, he's heading big time.
Oh, that's
And he
great.
will get a full ride wherever he wants to go. I've heard him play. He's super, just amazing. So-
Wow.
And also, Mr. Dunphy had an amazing supervising teacher when he did his student teacher.
Maybe we can invite her in sometime. DJ and Kaylee, would you like to say anything?
I am very honored to be speaking, and I'm more than grateful to be accepting this fellowship. When I did my virtual audition, I left the Zoom meeting saying, there's no way I'm gonna get this. There's no way. And when I got the email saying that I was one of the 3 finalists, I was overjoyed, and I can't wait to spend the next couple of months working with the West Virginia Symphony. And it wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have my amazing music teachers, Eric Akers, Ron Caviani, of course, Miss Vera Miller, and it just wouldn't have been possible without these amazing music teachers. Thank you.
Oh,
Hey,
congratulations.
Kaylee, I want to tell you that I actually follow you a little bit on Facebook because your mom and I went to school together, and I see all of her posts about how proud she is of you. And I want you to know that as a Cabell Midland alum, along with your mom, being able to see one of our Cabell County students flourish so much is just so exciting. And so I am so proud of your accomplishments, and I get to stay in touch with all of your accomplishments through your mom's Facebook post. So keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
I've heard him play. He's amazing.
So I don't really have much to say except that I'm very honored to be invited here for this meeting, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity that I have with the fellowship. And of course, I couldn't have done it without Dunphy back there. So that's all I really have to say. I'm very thankful that I'm here. Thank you.
Oh.
We're so proud of you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
have earned it. My goodness.
Our next honoree is an art student from Huntington High, Miss Chloe Smalley. Her art was celebrated as part of the West Virginia Martin Luther King Jr.'s Holiday Poster Contest. And we participated in a poster contest here, but this one had some higher stakes. Her art has been hanging in the Cultural Center in Charleston, and it is fantastic. I believe that she has it here with her, so I'm gonna invite her up to show it to you and say a few words about the competition.
You
Thanks.
sure can.
Well, you're gonna have to respond to some stiff questioning from our board president here in a
Oh,
minute,
okay,
so just
my
be
bad,
prepared.
sorry.
All right.
I'm ready. So, well, I'll show it to the audience first. This is my poster. It was based off the quote, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." That was the prompt for the poster contest, so we had to have it on the poster somewhere. It's multimedia, so it's made of acrylic, marker, Sharpie, and gouache paint, which is like made out of clay. But yeah,
Can we see it?
sorry.
It's up there, yeah, beautiful,
Beautiful.
very
Good work.
nice.
Congratulations, Chloe.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
You didn't ask for any questions.
Our final student celebration is Cabell Midland freshman Kennedy Fisher, who won the 2023 Congressional App Challenge with her app All-Inclusive Playgrounds in West Virginia. So you can download it and you're able to access where you can find an all-inclusive playground near to you, which we are very fortunate that we have one very close by. So I'm going to invite Kennedy up to tell you a little bit about it, and I believe you'll be able to see it here in a minute.
Hi, so I made the app All-Inclusive Playgrounds in West Virginia. So you can click through the app, yes, and you can see locations of all-inclusive playgrounds, obviously, and then coming soon playgrounds that they're working on getting developed. And growing up, I had many opportunities to work with disabled kids through Special Olympics in Cabell County and the PALS program in Burrsville Middle School, which is a great program. So when I was presented this by my teacher, Mr. Riazzi, I knew I wanted to use it as a platform to spread awareness about all-inclusive playgrounds, because many people don't know, about this, and because I think it's really important that everyone should be able to play. And so yeah, I don't know, I just wanted to spread awareness in West Virginia. So thank you.
Great.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Great job.
Mr. Riazzi?
He says, you're not getting out of it that easy.
No, I just wanted to say a few words about Kennedy to you. Kennedy is just a freshman and came into my class with absolute determination and a stick-to-itiveness that she wanted to do this and she wanted to win. So she came up with a wonderful idea. We worked together with some ideas. Her app actually links both to the websites of each of the playgrounds as well as Google Map directions on how to actually get there. I would also like to thank the Office of Carol Miller here in West Virginia House District 1 for selecting her as the winner. And even more excitingly, I believe that Kennedy will be our first student who actually will get to attend the Congressional House of Code. It's a 3-day camp or a weekend where they invite all the Congressional App Challenge winners to meet with legislators at the U.S. Capitol to display and show their app around, and then to work with these young coders across the country to network and show off the things that are happening right here at Cabell Midland High School. So again, I can't tell you how proud I am of her. She did an absolutely amazing job, and we should be really proud of the work that she's doing.
Fantastic.
And I think Kaylee's mom and dad might have to be prepared that she maybe get a job offer or something like that when she's out there too. So.
Great. Nice, great.
Our final celebration is our superheroes for the month of February. We had two, Officer Blackburn and Officer Templeton from Huntington High and Cabell Midland and Crossroads. He has recently transitioned. Our SROs are an important part of our educational team. They are cornerstones of our student support team, and we are just so proud of them and the work they do. Certainly they keep us safe, but even more so is the relationships that they build with our students, with our staff, and they serve as an important bridge between the law enforcement community and the communities within our schools. So we are beyond proud of them. I'm going to invite Mr. Cunningham up if he would like to say a few words, and then the gentlemen are welcome to speak as well. And they have to put on their capes. That's the deal.
Okay.
That is the deal.
I believe Mr. Archer was the one who was going to speak tonight.
Mr. Archer, floor is yours.
He has a prepared speech. I do not.
Somebody's fibbing.
Mr. Blackburn? Jody, you coming?
I'll go up and say something. He said you had a prepared speech.
I did not.
I apologize. I was under the assumption that Mr. Archer was going to speak on behalf of his best friend, Mr. Blackburn, but you know, every day we go to school, and if we go to school and we don't feel safe, then it makes the environment tough. Every day we feel safe because we have officers like Templeton and Blackburn that come and protect us from anybody inside or outside that would want to do harm to any of the employees or students on school at any given time. So I'm glad that I get to work with people like Officer Blackburn, and I have worked with Officer Templeton in the past. So Officer Blackburn and Officer Templeton.
Oh, wait a second, let me get Templeton.
Hey, we appreciate this. We do a lot with the schools. Like I told you the other day, there's not a school I've been into that I didn't get along with the people who work there. And the staff at Cabell Midland has always assisted me with everything. They were awesome in recent events. I can only say good things about them. And I just switched to Crossroads, so Midland has a new guy, but I trained him a little bit. Hopefully that pans out, but I think it will. But I do appreciate it. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you all. I've been at Huntington High beginning in 1999. Transferred out, transferred back, transferred out, transferred back again. I love that school. My kids went to that school. And I consider all those kids my kids as far as safety. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Well, we're glad, Officer Blackburn, I know you've been in and you've been out. We're glad you're back in because we love you. And
Thank you.
congratulations.
Congratulations.
Board, I would be remiss. I'd be remiss if I didn't say, you know, to protect and to serve our students and our staff and our campuses. These two gentlemen and all of our school resource officers across Cabell County do it without hesitation.
Yeah.
What makes a special resource officer is someone who's also able to be there to build relationships with our students. So that not only do they feel safe that they're protected, but that they also feel safe that they can go to for someone to talk to, almost as a counselor, if you will, but also that they feel safe enough that if they see something and they need to say something, that they're there and they're trusted mentors. And so I just am so proud of the fact that we have these two gentlemen representing our school resource officers here today, because they truly are superheroes in the eyes of our students and our faculty across Cabell County. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for what you do. We're proud to have you.
Yes, we are.
Congratulations.
So, Officer Blackburn, you can't take it off yet because we do need to get a picture with the board. And I also want to thank, we have Director Nazem from 911, who I believe is here to cast his support for our two deputies. Mr. Nazem, thank you for being here, and thank you for the support that our 911 director and our 911 center supports in our schools, in our school emergency management plan, and as a collaborator with our school resource officers, the FBI emergency management, and our school emergency response team. So thank you, sir, for being here as well.
Thank you.
All right, board, you ready? Okay. Mr. Thomas, I'd like for you and Mr. Boggs, and I'd also invite Mr. Nazem to come up for our resource officer picture. And of course, Huntington High administration and staff, if you'd like to get in there as well, we'd love to have you. And Tim Stewart.
one's gonna beat August 1, so that's the way I look at it, so. Bye, baby. Well, that's really impressive to me. All those Huntington High staff members coming down here. That just tells you a whole lot. Cool. Hi, Miss Watts. we can go ahead whenever you're ready. We're
It's
moving
always
on.
such a happy day when we get to do all these lovely celebrations.
Yes, ma'am.
And especially after our wonderful State of the Schools last night and as we continue to celebrate. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson as he's going to give you a technology update.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, President Smalley, board members, Dr. Sachs, Councilor Myers. This evening, I want to talk a little bit about the filtering and the alert system that we have in our schools. It's been something that's kind of been in the limelight the past couple of weeks with what's been going on, and I want to give you a little more background to how it actually works and what goes on with it. So we use a vendor called Lightspeed. Lightspeed's been a part of K-12 education for quite some time. We have two components that we have in place. The first part of it is content filtering. The content filtering looks at what is being visited on a web. It prevents and monitors prevents access to certain sites. Some of the things that you will see that blocks out would be pornography, violence, hate sites, forum sites that have questionable content. It keeps them off of malware, things along those lines. It looks at every single student's search, so we know what they search for. It also looks at the videos, and the video content of it is kind of smart. So it looks at YouTube, and it can kind of decipher what's on that video if it's something that a student should see or should not see on there. The alert side of that takes all that information and starts processing it after that. So it looks for the text on the sites, and it looks for the searches to see what's on the text. It evaluates the website content as well. It starts looking at what's on it. And then it even extends on out there into our Office 365 ecosystem. So it looks at emails, it looks at Excel spreadsheets, Word documents, OneDrive documents, anything that might be out there. And that does everybody in the school system. That would include employees as well, is all a part of that. It takes a good look at it. So they're all filtered for inappropriate content. What's really nice about this is that it gives us the ability to look and see what's happening, and we can react and modify as we need to. It gives us a lot of statistics, and I share many of those with you on board updates. You can see what's happening. There are multiple categories that you can go through and turn off, turn on, break down even farther on those. Every web search, once again, is scanned. Websites are reviewed for content, and we can actually go in and block individual content. Sometimes you'll find a site that is, I hate to say, it may be great educationally at times, but because they may have the capacity for someone to add comments to it, and they add inappropriate comments, we need to go back and shut that down instead. And some of the things I kind of put in the screen snippet there on the right side, security and malware, that's the big ones for us right now. We're always concerned with what the students may or may not be getting into. Net tools that show up, proxies. Some of the things that happens with our students, they try to go out and find a proxy or a virtual private network. And with that, what they do is they can bypass the filter and get to things that they should not be getting to on school time. So we're looking for all those things to happen. The alert system is something that came to light a couple of weeks ago to a really big extent in Cabell County schools. This is once again integrated into there, and it looks for 6 primary components when it's out there alerting. One is self-harm. It's looking for students maybe seeking some information on how to hurt themselves. It looks for bullying, persistent and ongoing type of components there. It looks for explicit content that would be nudity, pornography, things along those lines. It looks for violence against the schools or violence against other students as well. It also will look for drugs or references to drugs, and it looks for weapons. We kind of modified these categories a week and a half ago to see if we could open them up a little bit more so we could see what was really happening. Mr. Thomas and Mr. Krenzel did a wonderful job of going through and decoding what happens with that. It increased our alert system a lot. Now we can start going back and looking at how we can tailor it back down a little bit more, because right now we're getting a little bit more noise than I would like to see, and we're finding things, one of the things is, how do you kill something, and it would be a video game reference. So the problem is those kick alerts as well. So if you can kind of take those out of the loop, it lets you focus on the things that you really need to be looking for instead of looking for people looking for cheat codes. Any imminent threat that comes about or a human alert, that's one thing I want to mention about this. If you get a child that has done some searches for how to hurt themselves, looks for explicit items, a human alert is triggered with Lightspeed. Lightspeed will send us another email to let us know that this is something we really need to take a good hard look at. If it would be an imminent threat, somebody threatening the school or threatening to do self-harm very, very soon, it results in a call to one of us instead. It goes along those lines. The human alert actually will actually email 911 if it's on the weekend, because unfortunately we cannot monitor 24/7. While Mr. Thomas and I and Mr. Krenz will look at it numerous times, there's just times that you just can't look at it. So it would actually go out to 911 as well. I mentioned that we changed the settings last week. This number is no longer valid, but as of last week on Valentine's Day, we had 425 alerts in the system in little less than a year right now. It continues to seem to grow. The students are searching for things that are undesirable at times, but it's something we need to keep our eyes on and make sure that we can help them when they need assistance. I wanted to bring you into a live feed, and I'm going to be very, very careful what I click on here, because this is our live document right now, that what we see when we get into it. So just in the last 7 days, this is look at the last 7 days of data. We've had over 2.8 million website visits that have gone through the filtering system. That's in the last 7 days. In that time frame, we blocked 93,000 websites from students being access to them, something that wasn't what we should have. There's been over 238,000 searches. That would include Google or DuckDuckGo or any of the other web items out there. And we permitted 83,000 videos to be played. So that's something that's gone through. If you look at this little category right down here, and this is what I really share with you at times, I'll let you know what we block the most of. And a lot of people say, well, YouTube's not bad. There are many things on YouTube that are not appropriate for our students. And if you look at, we allowed 83,000 videos. We blocked over 33,000 videos in the same time frame. It's keeping our students safe. The second one on the list there is one I just want to mention really quick, schoologpl.us. This is a third-party application that students visit, and what it can do is they can go in and say, I want to use this instead, and when they show their parents or their instructors, it can allow them to manipulate their grades, so it looks like they did better or worse on it.
And the clarification is Schoology is our learning management system that parents and students access to get assignments, see grades, everything. So this is a copycat that they're using to allude to that maybe their performance in class is better than what it really is. So
they have a lovely marketing, lets you assume what your grade would be instead, so you can show it, so you can do it better next time.
So,
but anyway, it's one of the ones that we've knocked down.
Dr. Sachs, just a question on that. How do parents know that that is a fake site, or what they're seeing is not the legit Schoology stuff?
The giveaway that I could share with parents on that one is that the logo at the top of the screen will be the traditional Schoology logo instead. It will not be the Cabell County Schools logo like the one above behind you right here.
Okay. So do parents know
they
that?
can't customize that.
I think his question, if I understand correctly, is how do we communicate with parents, or how does a parent traditionally know it unless we tell them, for example?
I mean, how would they know it?
Well, their midterms would not match up is the first thing, and their grades would not match up. And then it would be, if I was a parent, of course, I would question why I was shown that my student was doing really, really well, and then all of a sudden my student's not doing as well as they indicated they were before.
Okay.
The other ones on here that are blocked, of course, Facebook, you understand, and then the portal.facebook is another one that's not permitted on our devices. The third one down there is actually a site that permits VPNs to be installed on your device, so that one's been knocked down as well. We've had over 4,800 blocks of that in the last 7 days alone.
That's a lot.
And of course, top searches, you're going to see that YouTube's our number one, and then Clever and on there. But I'd really like to share with you all at the very bottom is while I like to talk about the things our students shouldn't be doing at times, I really like to see what they are doing. So if you look at the bottom, Clever is our most visited website for the district at over almost 430,000 visits. Schoology is right behind it at 320. So, we talked about that there was so many websites visited. Guess what? Our students are going to where they need to be as well. Google, I expect them to be on. The fourth one down is SSO Cabell Schools. That's where they're logging in. That's how they get credited to Clever and Schoology. And then you see YouTube after that. And the bottom one is of note because some of our schools use AR for reading. Well, the fifth one on our list right now is Global Renaissance. That's where students are going and taking tests to indicate what they've learned while reading books. So,
Just one other question. How many devices are we talking about that we have in Cabell County, both school students, personnel as a whole?
so the district right now with students, we are roughly 11,600 student devices. There's probably a little bit more than that because we keep a little extra for when devices are damaged or need to be replaced. Some of our classrooms do have a few sets of it. If we think about our pre-K centers are allowing to have them in there now. You add in our employees, you're looking at about 18 to 1,900 MacBooks and iPads for our teachers. And then on top of that, you have to start thinking about our Windows machines that we still have for a lot of our day-to-day productivity uses. My best estimate total, we're going to be between 14,000 and 15,000 devices on any given day. And some of those devices run in the background. There may be servers running in the background doing some of the background tasks.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing, and I know, not getting it a whole lot, but thank you for what we did.
We do what we can. We want to make sure that we enable our students to learn and make sure that we keep them safe at the same time. And if you have any questions on this, you know where to find me. Please reach out. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you got to put it up. Okay, so we're going to, Mr. Boggs and I are sharing the next presenter as Mr. Thomas will discuss the school resource officers and safety.
Board members, this is actually a workshop topic that you all had requested because of the timings of all of our workshop and budget schedules. We wanted to get this in front of you in a timely manner, and so that's why we're actually presenting this to you today as part of the operations update. So, operations/instructional update.
Yeah. And let me apologize for not being able to present on the original workshop date. That was my fault. I did get sick. It was legit, but this was supposed to be a workshop assignment. But it actually worked out. What a perfect day to actually talk about our SROs. Yeah. If you open your booklet there to the first slide, first page, there's a good definition on what a school resource officer is. It's very distinctive, and it helps us to understand the difference between a school resource officer and security officers that we see in school. I won't read that to you, but overall, the primary role of our school resource officer is to protect our staff and students. They take on many other roles, but that is a very distinct definition there, and they are our first line of defense in every situation. The next slide. We see the benefits of a school resource officer. You've already heard about some of those as we celebrated our school resource officers. I'll tell you, I know that they were made superheroes because of the magnitude of the incidents that they dealt with, but on a daily basis, our school resource officers work to prevent cases from becoming that magnitude. Ernie, Bill, all of them, they're constantly working with our office, secondary's office on making sure that certain situations never reach that magnitude. So it's not just these two cases that we're celebrating. It's every day that these guys are working. But first and foremost, they enhance school safety. We know that. Safety has to come before education. And we want our kids and our staff members to be protected. They support, they have a role of support to our students. If you walk in our schools, many times that you'll see our students talking to the school resource officer or the school resource officer making a point to talk and meet with kids. One of the best parts of being able to be on the outside is walking in and just see how they're working on improving the relationships with law enforcement and our students and helping them understand their role. They are armed for a crisis situation. They know how. They're trained on how to protect our students and staff in any situation. If you remember last year, our call to Huntington High School, it was a false call, but our SRO, along with our police department, was very well versed on how to handle that situation, and we saw that as well. And then the prevention of potential threats and crimes. We receive information daily, our office. It seems like secondary more so than most, but they work with us on identifying certain situations, on helping enforcing law in the school, may be a better way of saying it. Just yesterday, we did have some individuals arrested at one of our schools, and that was for good reason, let me say that, and that was due in part to the help of our school resource officers. That happens often as well. Next slide. We have a total of 7 current school resource officers. They are assigned to each of our high schools. They are assigned to each of our middle schools. They're assigned to Crossroads Academy, and every one of our elementary schools have access to whichever school that they feed to, it being the middle school or the high school. And they report in any situation to those elementary schools when in need. Law enforcement agencies that we work with, I listed this for a particular reason. As you know, we do have MOUs with Cabell County Sheriff's Department, the Barbersville Police Department, the City of Huntington, and Milton Police. We do not have an MOU with Milton Police Department, but they are crucial to Milton Elementary and even Milton Middle at times. Our elementary school, Kyle Odell and Chief Joe Parsons, they're at that school weekly. Sometimes, I know when I was the assistant there, Kyle was there daily just eating in the lunchroom with kids. So I didn't want to leave Milton Police Department off. Even though we don't have an MOU or an agreement with them, they help us tremendously in many situations. Moving on, the key responsibilities of our school resource officers, I put to protect and educate in bold letters on purpose because that really is what they do. We do work with the police chief, along with the Huntington Police Department and the Sheriff's Office in defining the roles of our SROs. Again, I won't read those to you, but as you read through there, you will see the responsibilities of our SROs in the school. And I'll touch more on them here in just a minute. Funding for our school resource officers, I listed there how we do fund those. We use Title IV, which is our Safe and Supportive Schools funds. We use our general funds, and we also have one grant that's funded through Barbersville Police Department that we use for them. How do we hire a school resource officer? That's a big question for many people. What does that look like? We do develop an MOU with our local agencies, and we have MOUs with HPD, Barbersville, and the Sheriff's Department. And when we establish those MOU, we establish the roles of what those school resource officers would look like. And as of now, to be an SRO, that is, you have to be a current law enforcement employee. And what that means, you have to be employed by a police department to be an SRO. That's how legislative and the rules are currently written. There is new wording in legislature, new bills to be passed that could change that. But to be a school resource officer, you do have to be employed by one of the police agencies. Here's what they look for when they go to hire a school resource officer. Experience for sure. They're not going to hire somebody just off the street for obvious reasons. The work ethic, and most important, the ability to work with students. We do have a great group of school resource officers. And let me say this too, I'm going to back up just for a minute. We're not just proud of the quantity of SROs we have, we're very proud of the quality that we have as well. And we could talk for a long time and some of the things that they do to help our staff and students when it comes to safety. But who hires the school resource officer? Ultimately, it is the police chief or the sheriff who decides who they're going to hire and put into the schools. But definitely due to the relationships that Mr. Cooper has built with our agencies and Mr. Stewart, they work with us on who they're going to put in here and run it by us as well. One of the things I wanted to share with you, our Huntington East Middle School resource officer actually works in the elementary schools weekly to teach the DARE program. You probably have seen his truck through town. That's the Drug Abuse Resistance Education Program. And you can see the key components to that program there. I've heard many good things about that program from kids and parents and teachers, but we do have our middle school, Huntington East Middle School SRO teaching fifth graders in our elementary schools the DARE program and those components that are listed there. Here are the extra things. If you turn the page to our school resource officers. These are just things I know, and I'm sure that there's many more roles that they play, but I know that some of our school resource officers have influenced and actually visited kids in summer camps. They have lunch with students. Many occasions when we have situations where kids have said they don't want to go home for certain reasons or can't go home for certain reasons, our school resource officers will jump in and ride with us or take those kids home. They've been there for special events, family meetings, open houses, many investigations that we have to do within our schools. They help us in those, and for good reason. And they also provide extra support, whether it be at a board meeting, whether it be at a facility outside of the school that's dealing with the school. And I'd be remiss to say that they also offer transportation to our board when needed. We have a great group of resource officers. We really do.
You're here.
On the last page, I just want to talk about the future and the expansion of our school resource officers. We do want to extend our SRO program to our elementary schools. If you look at the news at all, you've seen that there have been some serious situations in our elementary schools. Dr. Sachs and myself has been in communication with every agency to discuss this idea. They're all on board with that, so we have collaborated with our stakeholders. But the barriers to hiring SROs are, one, they don't have the manpower to cover that, and they'll tell you that first and foremost. Obviously, the funding, we're looking at $60,000 to $70,000 per SRO, but we're looking at different ways. We're even working with some of our local agencies right now at furthering and putting SROs into our elementary schools. Any questions on that? I have one more thing to cover, but any questions on before I go farther?
Yeah, Mr. Tom, first off, I cannot support you more and Dr. Sachs more in looking to be able to cover our elementary schools. Any of the terrible situations you see today, the vast majority of them now are in elementary schools, and can't say enough how much we need to be finding that way. I know you're working on that very well, or you know, the best you possibly can. When you start looking at that, and we start talking about $60,000 to $70,000 per, you know, resource officer, we're dealing with, I mean, off the top of my head, elementary schools. We have
18 elementary schools.
18, 19. So you're looking at something in the order, well, definitely over $1 million some odd dollars. And I know it's a challenge, but personally, I think we need to do everything we can to find the resources to be able to fund the safety of our kids. Now, we also have the issue of we don't have the personnel out there, because I know all our departments are all struggling with that very question. I know some of the state things that are proposed out there this legislative session. But I, personally, from my side, I mean, looking at it as this is critical. Anything that we can do to improve and to increase the number of our SORs, resource officers at these elementary schools, I think is one of our key things we need to be looking at and try and do everything we can to do that. Anyway,
Yeah, and Mr. Thomas, Mr. Boggs, Mr. Stewart, and I, you know, we have been having conversations again with the municipalities that help serve our schools, and I think that there are some creative opportunities for us to continue to explore with those partners in making sure that there is increased coverage, you know, within our elementary schools of resource officers. Obviously, elementary is a big one that we're wanting to target. We also know that we have to be able to, when the Sears, or when the new Woody Williams Center for Advanced Learning opens up, it's going to need staff with a school resource officer as well. And so I think thinking about how we can cover, you know, the new center, as well as some form of a system that we can look at for our elementary schools is a paramount concern. And you know, so the two limiting factors are obviously the amount of funding needed to put, let's say, a full-time person in every school, and then of course the staffing to be able to put someone full-time in every school. So I think that what we probably have to strategize with, especially with our partners, unless legislation of some form changes, that provides greater flexibility as to who is considered a resource officer, or let's say a safety officer, within our schools, and I'm specifically referring to things like the Guardian Bill, which before I came to be superintendent in Cabell County, I worked in Southwest Florida in Manatee County, and that was the first year that we started to. The year I was leaving was the year that the Guardian Bill in Florida had passed right after Parkland, and while some school districts down there actually were hiring their own police departments, that school district that I was in was actually hiring retired military and police, and then there was a certification program that the individuals went through, which was like an 8-week program. Similar to, again, what the West Virginia Guardian Bill is looking at doing, where they go to the State Police Academy. Again, that's hiring individuals that are either retired military or police. And of course, the bill that, there's actually 2 bills, I believe. One was introduced by the Senate, one by the House that they are considering. And similar to last year, they had a bill last year, unfortunately it failed. I remain hopeful that something will occur this year in this legislative session that does provide a little more flexibility for school districts to hire individuals that are retired without penalty to those officers' retirement systems. And a lot of times, we have grandparents that are retired police officers or what have you, and they would like to be able to come in and work. So finding that flexibility, I think, is one of the things that we have to be able to do. And then, finding a path toward resolving this, I think, at some point, making sure that we have these individuals in our schools is going to be the cost of doing business as a public school system. And so we're going to continue down that path of trying to turn over every stone we can and work toward that direction. Right now, the current statutes and laws have us limited by the staffing and the shortage that exists, really. So,
And just one additional comment, Dr. Sachs, too, is at the state school board conference we just had, I know one of the school districts stood up and basically said, hey, we need help. And because they had only one of their 6 schools had some sort of a secure entrance.
Yeah.
And I was happy, I want to say, sitting there as a Cabell County board member thinking how blessed we are. And the fact that I think now, correct me if I'm wrong, basically all of our schools we either do have them now or will shortly have secure entrances.
And that was not the case 7 years ago.
Exactly right.
It was
I
not.
understand that, and I know some of the board members are up here, and there's a great decision to be made, because I think as secure as we can make our schools, we just need to do that. We just got to make sure that is a priority. And I know Mr. Thomas said safety comes first before the education. And some people look at that and say, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Yes, it does.
It does.
You can't educate kids or have personnel there unless they feel safe. And so you have to make that tough call to provide that safe atmosphere, whether it's security, physical security, or even cyber security, wherever it may happen to be. So again, I think everything that we can do there, and just I'm gonna look over here, proud of some of these board members made some decisions a few years ago to go down that path to make sure our kids are safe. But anyway, I heard that and I'm like, man, I'm just glad. So.
I think you're right. I mean, serving as the president of the state association and having a good relationship with all of our superintendent colleagues out there from the other 54 counties, one thing is very apparent is that not all of our counties, most of our counties actually across West Virginia, do not have at least the number of schools that have been able to take care of those school safety entrances, which, as you know, is that single point of entry where people can be vetted before they actually have access to the whole school. But second to that, one of the other things that I'm always just, I'm proud of the fact that we've been able to accomplish this, but we are one of the very few counties that nearly 100% of our SRO funding is provided by the board. We are very blessed that the Village of Barbersville has continued to write a grant every year for one of their SROs. But when we have 7 SROs, 6 of which are fully funded by the Cabell County Board of Education, most other counties don't even have, the fact that they may have 1 SRO in the whole county and it's for the high school and split between the high school and the middle school, or the way that they're getting them funded is through their county commission. That is not something that we've ever had to do. And again, it's because of stewardship of the board and of the administration to make sure that we're putting the money where we need to for our students and safety. So, thank you.
And real quick, just moving forward, definitely our SROs are the first line of defense. Just being there in uniform, that goes a long way. And that's what we want to continue. I know it was at the state safety conference. Somebody asked a question, who can carry in a school? And I didn't know that answer at the time, but I do have an answer for you now. And the answer to that is any certified officer who's been trained by a local law enforcement agency. Now, officers can be anywhere from a city police, sheriff, deputy, but that also includes probation officers through the Supreme Court, juvenile probation officers. We do have those, and they are permitted to carry in our schools. Also, a state parole officer can carry in a school, and or a retired law enforcement officer who meets all requirements to carry a firearm as a qualified retired law enforcement officer under the Law Enforcement Safety Act of 2004. That answers that question.
But that may be modified, this legislation.
That could very well be modified. Yeah. But it still goes a long way when we have Mr. Ernie Blackburn, all of our guys protecting our school, our staff, and our kids. Says a lot.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all.
Oh, thank you. Good report, very informative. Okay. Ready for an update in operations and support. Mr. Boggs?
Just connecting here. Morning, Madam President, board members, Dr. Sachs, General Counsel. I first definitely want to tell Officer Blackburn, if you, I know many of you have known him for a long time, but just seeing him in action and how he can go from building relationships with students to investigation mode and protecting the school, it's absolutely incredible how blessed we are to have him and Mr. Templeton in our schools and really protecting our staff and students. So congratulations to him. That's well deserved by both those gentlemen today. So I'm going to give you an update on the operations support for the district and some of our construction projects. So Altizer Elementary, we are waiting on steel for the office addition at the back of the building. What the picture you're looking at right there is actually the new classroom, one of the two new classrooms. And they've already got the flooring down, the drop grid is down, they're putting in the ceiling tiles and everything. And the new flooring actually started today in the hallways, like we did at Village of Barbersville and the other schools that are not the additions. So the windows are in the addition, so that is moving along nicely.
Hey, Mr. Boggs, I hate to interrupt you, but I think it's important that one of the things that we don't really emphasize this project very much, and I think it's important to note that for board members to remind you that, you know, we talked about safe school entrances just a little bit ago, but you know, Altizer Elementary, this is a classroom, an addition of classrooms to no longer have to have modular classroom spaces at Altizer. You know, that is a really important fact that again, many other school districts across West Virginia do not have. They actually have these aging outdoor modular classrooms, and you know, after Altizer is complete and after Milton is complete, we're only going to have one school that's left that has any kind of modular structure, and that's going to be Heights-Saunders. And so I think that speaks volumes also. This is an investment into more conducive learning environments for our students. So I just feel like that needs to be stated.
That really does look like a new building with the new windows, and we're very excited to see the floors go in and just really, you know, the ceiling's already done in the building. A lot going on, but that staff has been absolutely great through all these construction projects. So we are actually looking at finishing this project up around April. So we're moving along nicely on that as well. So on to Meadows Elementary. The site grading work continues. Of course, we've had some weather situations and different things like that. The crews are still tying rebar and the grade beams. That's what you're seeing there. There's a lot of construction going on, but it's still below grade. So, we took some teachers from Meadows Elementary up to be able to visit the site the other day. Mr. McMillan and myself and the principal went up, and we were able to show a flyover video that Carissa did, drone footage. Show pictures and renderings and different things. We gave them a packet to when they go up that we can explain what the building is going to look like in the future. And I do believe, based on the feedback that we received, they're very excited about it, knowing how much space they're going to have, and they couldn't believe how much room is up at that location. So it went very well. But those are the grade beams, and we look for this to continue for another 6 to 8 weeks. And then the slab, and then you will actually start seeing the structure going up, and the walls go up and everything. So it's moving along. The weather has actually been great this past week, and it looks like it's going to be for the most of the part this week. So on to Davis Creek Elementary. I'll show you some drone footage here in a moment, but it's really starting to take shape. When you walk into that building, you can see the main corridor, where the offices are, where the restrooms are, the cafeteria, all of that stuff is really taking shape. And they're probably about 2/3 of the way done with all the exterior brickwork on the building. So it's in the dry. They've got heat going in, not the permanent heat going in, but they do have temporary heat, so they can continue doing that work on the interior. HVAC, they're still doing some of that. But the gas line installation, the permanent gas lines inside, the ductwork, the roof drains, different things like that, and the playground design is nearing completion, and we'll talk about that here in a few moments at that site. But the site is really starting to take place as far as the grade work as well, since the weather has cooperated. So on to Milton Elementary. The second, you see a couple pictures here. That's kind of the main corridor coming into the building. Then on the left, over on the right, upper right, that is the second floor, and it's hard to keep up these pictures. This was last week. I was up there yesterday. They've already got walls going up on the second floor. They've already started to lay that. So all the concrete is poured, and pretty soon we're going to be in tight as far as the roofing and different things like that, and that will expedite a lot of that interior work as well. And the playground design has also started on that school as well. So we're really trying to time this stuff to where the playground can hopefully be installed around that time when the school opens. Whatever we do, we want to coordinate with our contractors, we want to coordinate with our architect to make sure that nobody gets in the way of anybody. The number one thing is get the school finished, but we are just doing a lot of coordination right now, and those selections and the schools are selecting that equipment. So on to the drone video that Carissa did for us. Sound's not working, but this is Davis Creek Elementary. You see a lot of the brickwork that's being done. They're continuing to wrap around the backside of the building. So as you can see, the roof is on Davis Creek Elementary. Then on to Milton. You see the second floor where all of the flooring is laid down as far as the concrete. They've got temporary stairs going up there. You can really start to see the front quarter taking place. They've got the structural steel out that is the overhang that comes over. It gives you that lodge look. That stuff is all has been delivered on site, and things are moving nicely there as well at that location. So onto the Woody Williams Center for Advanced Learning and Careers. The upstairs floor cuts have been removed. We just had the last one removed today. So the atrium area, when you walk in, where the escalator used to be, that is all now open into the second floor. The plumbing is being roughed in. New conduit is continuing to be run. I do appreciate the contractors really looking at the HVAC ductwork that's already there, but they're taking great care to ensure that no dust gets into those systems, and that when it's ready to open, all that stuff is going to be nice and clean. Interior footers continue to be poured, door frames, And I am going to talk here in just a moment about a construction change directive, which is different than a change order, but I'll kind of explain the difference between those here in just a moment. So onto that, the construction change directive is basically a notice to proceed. And what it is the contractor has let us know that, hey, we've kind of ran into some issues. We don't want to, since we don't have an official change order, they're still working on some of the documents for that. They don't want to demobilize the plumbers and different things like that. They're just asking permission, notice to proceed, and we know that there will be a change order that is coming that will reflect this information that you see right here. So I will be bringing that back to you, but this is just to allow those contractors to move forward. So the first one is an ad, which is an eye wash station and shop sinks. We have to ensure that, for our high bay areas, different things like that, to ensure that those are installed. We've got to, and that is some plumbing work and different things that is below subgrade, and then replace sanitary and underground floor slabs. And what this is once the contractor got into the school and they looked at this they looked at the pipes as far as running cameras and different things like that. It is unfortunately we do have to fix some of that, and that proposal was here that some of that stuff can be fixed now while there's no walls up. We don't have to go back and do it 10 years from now. It could have been that we repaired a small section here, a small section here, but as you know, just like anything, you don't want to go in after the fact and have to rip up any kind of plumbing where you're having to tear up walls, and it's very disruptive, and that place is busy. Our career center is going to be busy at day and night, from early in the morning, the summer, and everything because of adult classes and stuff like that. So that will be $188,387. There is a credit based on some of since we are doing this change directive, some of the piping that was used for that is going to change, so that does give us a $15,874 credit. And then we also have built into the contract, or Neighborgall Construction has built into their contract, a contractor contingency. And I know that some of you had asked some questions about county contingency funds as far as projects and stuff like that. Drew answered some questions along with that, but this contractor had that built into their bid. So rather than it being $221,633, it really will end up being $121,633. We definitely want to minimize change orders. However, once you get into remodeling and different things like that into an older structure like that, this is something that does occur, and we want to make sure that the bones of this building are structurally sound so we don't have to go back and do something later on. Any questions about this?
Mr. Boggs, can you answer for the board, what is the county contingency for this project?
So the contingency is usually we do like a 2% for a new construction and 6% as far as a remodel. But what Drew said is it's not really that we have a contingency fund. It's just it's still general funds. Am I correct, Drew? That it's still general funds, but and it's not really. If we have to utilize that money, it's just coming out of general funds. But
my question is for the project. What was the allocation for us? It was 6% of the. It was 6% of the contract price, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, of the building, that is correct. Yeah, I just don't have the number in front of me. Any other questions?
Well, I mean, it's just, again, none of us like change orders. But things happen during construction. Yep. And in regards to that, and just like you said, Mr. Boggs, it's just like this is something you can't just pass over. You've got to take care of it, because once the concrete's in place and everything's built, you're going to tear up a whole lot more stuff to go back and repair and replace sanitary lines. And we know that. So. There is some contingency out there. I know how Drew's talked a little bit before about how it's built in here that will cover this. But again, there's no other options. I mean, you end up having to go in and do this, or you want to pay now, or you want to pay a whole lot more later on.
The other thing I would like to say is that this is saying that we see the importance of making sure that this is rectified during this phase, right. Because waiting till later to make this decision would mean that we'd have to remobilize, or the contractor would remobilize the plumbers who are there for a given set of time. But there's some other things that we've continued to employ to make sure that the interests of the school district are taken note of. Here is, some of it is errors and omissions insurance by the architects. So that means that if there was something that was not in the specs that should have been in the specs, that falls under errors and omissions, and it's the responsibility of the architect or the engineers to take care of. And those are still things, even with this situation, that we're going to continue to work through, because it may not be the responsibility of the school district. It may actually fall on the responsibility of another party, and insurance would actually cover that fix. This just says, look, we recognize we have to give authorization to move forward, and then we can argue those finer details around whose actual responsibility is later on. But there's a sense of urgency for us to continue to move forward so that it doesn't delay the project at all in the future.
I mean, I've got 35 years of major infrastructure engineering, design, and construction before retirement. There's never been one construction project that I've ever seen that you do not have a modification or a construction change order. None.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of construction projects. You know, they're going to happen. You want to minimize them. Hopefully your engineering architect firms have taken the initiative to keep those down as much as possible, which I think we have in this particular case. But sometimes there is insurance that some of these guys cover, and it's good, Mr. Boggs, to take a look at that and see, in this case, did they miss something? And if they miss something, then we can decide to make that decision later on. But you're right, you can't stop construction, because it's going to cost you a whole lot more money if you send those plumbers home and then try to bring them back.
Yeah.
And you may not even have them, which then you have an even larger delay on it. So, you know, it's part of construction, unfortunately. Anytime you're dealing with a $40+ million construction project, they're going to happen.
Yeah, we could look at delaying.
Like them, we're going to happen. So
Possibly a couple months if it,
Yeah,
so I do encourage that from the board tonight. But I also want to say that Mr. McMillan is relentless in the meetings as far as advocating for the district. And he's really my boots on the ground in the districts, and quite frankly, your boots on the ground protecting the interests of the district and looking at that.
Millions in
Yes.
what contractors a lot of times will try to do change orders and pushing back on them. So, I mean, literally, he has saved us millions of dollars over the last 6 months in just what contractors will try to push back on sometimes.
And I'm going to say it's in defense of contractors. That's their job. I mean, that's their business. I mean, that's what they do, and that's how they make some money in regards to that. So when a change order comes in, that's part of the construction industry. They're not bad guys. Not saying they're bad guys at all, but that's part of the business they have out there. But at the same time, if we've got some challenges here that our engineer architects firms may have missed something, I know, Mr. Boggs, that's what you and Dr. Sachs are pushing. So appreciate that.
And I'll say the contractor that we have for the Career Technical Education Center, Woody Williams Center, and all of our other projects, they've been great to work with. I would also say that the contractor from Milton and the Career Center are also ones that don't like change orders either. They really try to work hard not to.
They really do. I mean, and just one quick example of certain things that the Director of Construction does is really mitigate some of those things, as far as even down to cutting those atriums and looking for solutions that are not going to cost the district money, and really pushing back and looking for alternative things. So, you know, Mr. McMillan also, he is there as the boots on the ground, looking for those solutions as they arise, and it's very. He does a wonderful job, and I just wanted to let you all know that.
And I'd like to actually, I want to clarify the contractors for Milton, the Career Center, and Meadows, because they're all there's two of the same. They've been great to work with. The other one, before it had changed hands, was kind of challenging. The one at Davis Creek has new ownership, and they've been really good to work with. Most recently, previous ownership, they were the ones that would really try to do a lot of change orders, and it was, again, Mr. Boggs and Mr. McMillan that would continue to push back. So, yeah.
So as far as personnel changes, there are none at this time. We do have a couple policy updates on first reading today. This is 1540, termination of administrative and other position contracts. I know that sounds kind of scary here, but really what it is a laterality policy that talks about different positions at the district. And that is required by state code that we update that annually. I wanted to bring that to you. We do have some changes on there. You do see some additions and some positions that we no longer have. So that policy is in there. And as far as second readings is 2371.1 is educational services or ESP under the Hope Scholarship Program that you've seen. This is a second reading, and also volunteers that Mr. Thomas has been working on is really clarifying the volunteer policy and procedures and how that occurs at the school level. So on the last thing that I want to talk to you about is, and this is actually a special board item tonight, are the playgrounds. This is as far as what you're looking at right here. We've been in the planning process with the playgrounds at Davis Creek, Southside, Milton Elementary, and Meadows Elementary. And I've got some projected dates here as far as when those schools are going to open. So you've got Davis Creek as far as summer of 2024, Southside. Obviously they're already in a building, but they've got an aging structure, the well-known Big Blue. I'm sure you've heard about that from Southside Elementary when they presented. We've had different pieces that have had to be cut off, welded, different things like that, and it's reached the end of life for that school. It served them well, but it needs replaced. Milton Elementary, obviously the winter of 24-25. And then we've got Meadows Elementary kind of way out there in the winter of 25-26 that's coming on board. Along with this, there's cost associated with playgrounds. But some of these schools, a lot of these schools have raised a lot of funds for these projects. So for Davis Creek Elementary, and Southside and Milton and Meadows, we actually took a field trip over to, we've been looking at different playground vendors that are approved vendors that meet all the state purchasing procedures. They are registered through the West Virginia Secretary of State's office, different things like that, and they have really done their due diligence as far as comparing prices and products and warranties and guarantees and all of that. So these are pictures of some of the playgrounds that some of the schools are proposing that they do something similar to this, especially Davis Creek. And these are over in Ashland, Kentucky. They were just recently built, and before these schools want to make these big purchases and stuff, they want to ensure that they're getting a quality product. Therefore, they were able to go, we were able to go check references, talk to the folks that have worked with them. We've been able to go over and look at the playground. So some of these are at Catlettsburg area. Others are in Central Park over in Ashland, Kentucky, the vendor. And all of the schools agreed that this one that does Little Tykes is really going to fit their needs and the students in the schools, but they are going to tailor each of these for these schools. And that special board item that we can discuss a little further in detail later is allocating some funds towards those schools to really be able to support those students. Now, by working in Ms. Watt's office and, and I don't want to confuse this with Title I or anything, but in Title I, when you're working with schools, you do a per pupil allocation for those schools. What we've really talked to the principals and treasurer and different things like that is doing a per pupil allocation, because Milton Elementary, it's a bigger school. You're going to have a larger playground for a larger school, and then these smaller schools may not have to have as large of a structure, but then these schools are actively raising funds to be able to support this. So. And that's all, all of the details and the specific numbers, and that is around $400 per student for that per pupil allocation that is up for that special board item for you all to review and vote on tonight. But some of the things, and this is like Davis Creek. And, it's kind of fitting today. They were talking about, I can't say these are totally inclusive of everything as far as an inclusive playground, but these schools are really working to build inclusive pieces into this. So this is a rendering. It's not the final rendering, but it's one that Bluegrass Recreation out of Kentucky has done for Davis Creek Elementary. The staff has met multiple times in the evenings, reviewed this, got stakeholder input of what's appropriate. They've done a great job of raising a lot of funds to be able to do poured and play, which is rubberized I guess rubberized asphalt essentially that goes on the playground, and a mix of that and rubber mulch to be able to have that for the playground. So these are just some renderings of the main playground area at Davis Creek Elementary. But if I go back and you see that gray area, that's what I'm talking about, is the pour and play area that we have at some of our outdoor classrooms and stuff. So it's not mulch, it's flat, doesn't get muddy or anything like that. Some schools may go with rubber mulch, some may go with turf, it just really depends on the school and what they want and the amount of funds that they have, and we're just proposing that there be some support for these schools to really support those efforts. So they've got some nice playground equipment when the school's open, or renovating a playground that is in need of changing right now.
Mr. Boggs, the allocation that we're proposing that the board consider this evening, for example, for Davis Creek, along with what Davis Creek's already raised and the money that would potentially be approved by the board, would that get Davis Creek the playground that they would like to construct?
It really would. It really would. They can always go in and look at that and say, this piece is a little expensive. Maybe we don't want to do that, or maybe we've done a good job raising some funds, so maybe we want to go with a little bigger piece or something like that. So yes, it does really get them there. And we are, pending the outcome of tonight, we are very, very close to a decision point of what the school does. But these funds would be able to support that. And our goal ultimately, if this passes tonight, and then everything is ordered, that we can try to get it in when school opens. That's always the goal, but we want to make sure that the school opens on time first and don't get in the way.
What about Southside's renovation?
Southside as well, yes. They've.
I want to be very specific. So the question I have is though, if the board approves this recommendation, the funding that would be provided to Southside, along with the money that Southside has already raised, and the reason I'm bringing up those two schools is because one, Southside, the Big Blue has sort of reached its end of life.
Yeah.
And so there's a need to be able to replace it with some things by the time school starts next year. Davis Creek's opening up in the fall, preferably on time, and the hope to be able to have both of those playgrounds installed and ready to go for students on day one, is the desire. My question is, for those two schools specifically, now Southside, the money that would be contributed to Southside, is that enough money to be able to get what they need in order to have a playground renovation in time for school to start?
Yes, sir. Yes, they have the funds they have available with the allocations that's proposed tonight. That would get them to the point to where they could do that playground.
Yeah. And the nuance on the south side, though, is also an issue of they would also like to be able to do turf under the playground structure itself instead of wood mulch.
That is correct.
Because the wood mulch gets messy, and so on and
Yes.
so forth. And then Huntington Middle School's turf that has been there since the school has been constructed, just so the board is aware, it has really reached its end of life. I mean, you think of an old carpet that has wrinkles and rips and stretches, that's sort of what that looks like over there. There is going to be a need for us to be able to address that. And Mr. Boggs, I will say, is working on budgets as to whether or not that might be something we fit into the budget for next school year. But not only does the Huntington Middle School turf need replaced, but there is a request to be able to maybe do some turf underneath the playground structure, similar to what we did at Highline 3 or 4 years ago. And it's important to note for this board is that the school district helped significantly with the cost of Highline's playground, well over $200,000 to be able to do turf and then to recondition the existing playground equipment that we moved, and then also to purchase a couple of the shade awnings. And so we did that for Highline, and my question goes back to the south side though. How much more do they need more in order to do the turf?
They could do turf under the, based on the numbers that I have, preliminary numbers and everything, they could do the equipment that they want. There's a budget for the equipment in that main play area where their existing structure is. And there is also enough to do the turf where the mulch is right now. Now, Huntington Middle has basically, it's kind of between Southside and Huntington Middle, there's 3 areas. There is the main play area that Huntington Middle uses and the elementary school uses that Dr. Sachs was referring to, that's very worn. And then there is the playground area, which has mulch right now, and you see mulch going over into the turf and stuff like that. So they've got the money to do the playground area and the structure. And then there's 2 other very smaller areas that have turf, kind of that are in the interior of Southside Elementary, that need replaced, but there's no equipment over there or anything. It basically keeps it, there's not a lot of sun that gets over there, keeps it from being muddy. So they've got that. That does need to be replaced as well, but getting it under the area where the mulch is right now is really the goal, where they do not have mud. And there's just a lot of traffic. There's a lot of students, a lot of traffic from the community and stuff like that at that school.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, the reason we have mulch and the reason that they're asking for turf is, we have to have a fall zone that meets a specific fall criteria. So if a child falls from 2 feet or 6 feet or whatever, that there's an impact rating that, and so there's the fibered mulch that we have is certified for fall, but the type of turf that we would install would also have an impact rating. And so it's not necessarily always the feel of what you feel like on a football field. It actually kind of feels a little bit different, but it comes into being able to, have again, mulch we have to continue to replace. It gets in the shoes, it gets into the turf. So that's why they're asking to do it that way. So it's more of a want that we're hoping that, depending upon this allocation, can come to fruition. And I just, again, want to be very transparent with the board is that part of what Southside was also hoping for was a sensory garden, I believe.
That's correct.
Are they able to cover that, or would that be money that they would, if they get the playground equipment and the turf, that with the allocation we're giving them, they may have to raise a little bit more money in order to get the
They may
sensory
have to
garden?
raise a little bit of money for those, and maybe it would be somebody sponsoring this piece of equipment, but that can all be installed after the fact.
Right.
It's not critical to having the turf installed and the playground. It can be done after the fact.
And I will say, board, I think it's a great idea for them to have, to move in a direction where not only are these playgrounds that we're trying to help our schools construct, is that they're really forward thinking and making sure that they're handicap accessible, but having a sensory garden where students are able to go and feel and touch certain things, I think is very creative. And again, with what I had shared in communicating with these schools earlier in the week, is that the money helps contribute to the cost of being able to get the playground that they want, but some of the things that they may want extras, they'll have to still do some fundraising and sponsorships of. And that's an example of what I was referencing.
Yeah, and there's time for Milton. They are actively doing fundraising, as well as Meadows Elementary, to be able to support that. But really, in order to raise funds for some of these schools, it's always good to have a plan in place, exactly what you want, so you've got that goal. And by looking at these different vendors and what they have and different things like that, and the turf and the rubber mulch and different options that they have, every school is going a little bit of a different direction. They agree that this vendor is an approved vendor, and they want to go with that. They like the design and the guarantee that goes with it, but they're all going to be different spaces that meet the needs of those students and that school and that community.
Now, Meadows and Milton open up next school year, potentially in January.
Well, not Meadows, but Milton.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah, Milton.
Meadows will be about a year from
That's right,
Milton.
I'm sorry. Milton will potentially be in January, Meadows will be
That is
next
correct.
fall, hopefully. And so the question I have regarding those two schools is the money that we would be allocating for them, if the board approves my recommendation this evening, does not totally fund what those projects need in order to do what they're hoping for, but it gets at least Milton pretty close, and Meadows feels pretty confident that they're going to be able to try to raise the money that they would need.
That is correct. They are going to need to raise some funds, but this is just a really good start. And it's hard when you're starting to raise funds and when you have nothing. But if people know that you're almost there, you've got a good start on that. There's more of an incentive to be able to support and donate something like that when you have that end goal already established of what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, so for example, if Meadows Playground is going to cost $200,000, saying, and trying to go out and raise funds, say, hey, we need to raise $200,000, but we don't have anything yet, because it's much more challenging. But if they say, hey, the school district has contributed nearly $100,000 to the cost of our we're halfway there, then it helps that momentum. The same thing with Milton Elementary. And again, bigger school, bigger, it's servicing, 500 to 600 students are going to be on that playground every single day. So there's a capacity concern that we have, and that's where the $400 per student really came into play. So I just wanted to be clear as to expectations on what this money would actually achieve within the timelines that we have for opening these schools or having these things completed by the time next school year starts.
And I do want to make sure that I clarify. This is not Title I funds. This is, but I referred to Title I as far as a formula, as far as a per pupil allocation. I just wanted to make sure that.
And the other thing is the proposal that we have, the South Side and Davis Creek would, if approved, we would have to come back and bring you a board item to be able to approve that specific project. This just gives us the metric to know what we can actually do to bring to the board. But my hope is that we would actually fund Davis Creek and Southside out of this year's current budget, and then the other two projects out of next year's proposed budget that I'll still be bringing to you all.
Dr. Sack, or I guess, Mr. Box, just a follow-up question. Worst case scenario, that we get out there and Milton and Meadows has not been able to raise the remaining funds that they need to do for a complete playground that they would have. Would this money that we're looking at providing to those two schools, would this be enough to at least get them, can we go out and build, in that case, a partial playground, that it's a piece of the plan, so at least when we open, those kids have at least some portion of a playground that they can use? You understand my question? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Absolutely,
yeah.
Yeah, so that, I know for Milton, basically they've got more students.
Right.
They would be able to provide, that would allow them to be able to purchase I guess you would say a main,
Yes.
I guess you would call it
Slide,
the
monkey bar
centerpiece,
structure.
Right.
like the center structure like this. Maybe not all the extras that go along with that, but that would allow them to be able to do that. Meadows, we're really kind of we're kind of at the early stages of that.
Okay.
And by looking at that, and a lot of this stuff is, and you want the installer, the person that you're buying from, you really want the installer to do it because that's where your warranty comes from and stuff. So it almost doubles the price of what you pay for it, but then it comes with the warranty, and it only comes with the warranty if they install, if they install that. But it would be able to get them a portion and be able to have some, a start on a playground. And then they could really go out and say, and be able to talk to those donors and different things like that and say, if you want to, maybe do a carousel, I mean, not a carousel, but I don't know the technical name of it.
Merry-go-round.
Merry-go-round, not carousel. A merry-go-round or something like that. They might be able to sponsor something like
Well, I mean,
that.
that's one thing we want to make sure of is that we have, it may not be the finished playground, but when those two schools open, we want something there.
Yeah.
And this would be the money that would at least get us to that point if we can't, if for some reason they cannot raise the rest of it.
Yeah. And the nice thing about Meadows, is that it's the last on the project, so they're going to have a little bit more time.
Correct. Milton's one I'm a little concerned
Yeah.
about when you start looking at the size and everything.
How much
else
more
where
do you
we
think
are.
Milton really needs to raise in order to get to what they hope to have?
I'm reluctant to throw out a number,
Okay.
but I do know that they've got several things planned. This would really get them that main structure.
Okay.
I mean, it really would. And it may be a case where, we buy mulch as a district in bulk. And, we
Yeah, like
go.
12
there-
I think it's like, what, 12 tractor trailers?
Yes, a lot. It's a lot.
yeah.
And we have to replenish that. Tim Stewart, risk management, he looks at all that stuff, goes out and measures all of it and everything. So we will still have to purchase some of that. So it may be that they don't get exactly what they want as far as the surface right now. They might have to go with traditional, mulch that meets the requirements that we need, and maybe down the road they want to go more with rubber mulch, or they want to raise funds for turf or something like that. But there's also a lot more room for just open play area at Milton and Meadows as well. So yeah, we do think that would get them a good start on that, and they just may not get all of the extras that go along with it, but they've got time, and I do know that they're actively raising funds and have things planned.
Great.
Any further questions?
I have one. Anybody, I guess, that knows, what's the current enrollment at Milton Elementary School? How many students do they have?
Ms. Giles?
You can take just take the number and divide it by 400. That'll give us the number that we used. So.
I don't even.
500-ish?
Is that with pre-K? Okay.
We will get that number.
Yes,
We'll
I'll
that
get it
number
for
and
you.
sure. Yeah, you could look at that. Yeah, we could look at that. That's fine.
On that.
He's gonna look in the state of the school.
Okay,
It's in that.
okay. Any other questions?
Well, just Milton is large. Our
Yeah, it's-
elementary and our Milton Middle School, I mean, huge schools, huge enrollment there. I honestly like that you have made this recommendation based on student enrollment, because as we have more students, we need a bigger playground, and they need facilities that they can use. I think it's smart. Are you adding?
Yes, I am.
We have an engineer on it.
I'll just say while we're waiting, you know, when I came on, one of the early conversations that we had included information that, you know, when you plan on building a school, that amount of money for a playground is not in the initial number. And I'm glad that we're participating in helping our schools put in playgrounds, because as a former elementary teacher, the playground is an essential part of the day, essential part of the learning that goes on, social, emotional, physical. I mean, it's essential. And so I think we should be, as a school district, participating in putting in new playgrounds.
Agreed.
You know, when I appreciate that. You know, when I first became superintendent, one of the first things that I had the opportunity to do was to go up and congratulate Explore Academy on getting some playground equipment installed for their school. And what I was shocked to learn was, at that point, Explore Academy had been open for 2-3 years, and that they were just now to the point where they had raised enough funds to be able to install playground equipment. And I thought, you know, first of all, it was special for them, but, you know, I thought, when we think about planning in the future, we probably need to make sure that we're taking care of those things. It's like a school that gets built without a school sign, to be honest with you, you know. And I think that in thinking about, you know, what our families come to expect in a high-quality elementary school, and when they choose to say, I want to send my child either to a Cabell County public school or to a charter school or to a private school, knowing that they have a school that has these amenities is a really important consideration for them to have. And so, again, I think it's all about making sure that that we continue that expectation of meeting the needs of our families and our students. And a playground, a high-quality playground as part of one of our elementary schools is a key tenet to that. So.
And that number for Milton was 558, is what that number was based off of.
Very good, good. Do you have anything else? Mr. Boggs, anything? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boggs. That was a very thorough report. I appreciate that. All right, I'm ready for communications from the superintendent, Dr. Sachs.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. This is a very special month. This is, you know, we obviously have been celebrating Black History Month throughout Cabell County schools, and you know, my board update at the last board meeting focused on that. However, February is also Career and Technical Education Month, and so we've been celebrating different things all CTE, which we'll talk about here shortly. But for the month of for the month of January, we recognized a week and a half ago our Mathia and Achieve 3000 middle school winners. And I want to congratulate Martha Elkins, a 6th grade teacher at Barbersville Middle School, for being her and her students in her 6th grade cohort are the Mathia champions for the month of January. And then, of course, Amy Johnson, an 8th grade teacher at Huntington Middle School, she and her cohort of 8th grade students were the Achieve 3000 ELA winners for the county. One of my favorite things that we get to do is to go around and celebrate these kids and these students for really, you know, applying themselves so much, and the evidence speaks for themselves. And it becomes very competitive. Usually by the time we get to the second or the third school, there's a text thread going on among the ELA or the math teachers across the county as to who has already been either awarded the county trophy or who has not. And so that's always kind of fun. I want to commend Travis Austin, our food services director. He was here earlier, and his dedicated staff of food service personnel here in the county. They participated in a challenge, a nationwide challenge from the American Dairy Association on the Smoothie Slurp initiative. And this was an initiative where schools offer nutritious smoothies and they did this for breakfast about a week ago, and it was a huge hit across the county. And again, this sort of goes back to one of the things that we do really, really well here in Cabell County within our schools, and that is our From Scratch cooking program. So they were making these homemade smoothies out of fresh ingredients, and the students and some of the staff really, really enjoyed them. They were excellent. We honored 2 of our dedicated school resource officers here tonight, but recognition of School Resource Officer Day was on February 15th, which happened to be the same day that we went around and we caped our superheroes. But we want to thank all of our school resource officers across Cabell County, and we recognize them on that special February 15th day. Our students at the Career Center, there was actually a great Herald Dispatch article regarding our Skills USA CTE Challenge. This is an annual event that occurs at our Career Center where our career and technical education students practice their skills in preparation for the statewide Skills USA competition. And it's a really, I don't know if any of you all had an opportunity, I was not able to make it this time, but it's an awesome event. And these kids have so much pride in what it is that they're doing, and they are really, really skilled, very talented indeed. We also had our Career and Technical Education Spotlight program that we've been doing a series of promotions to make sure that the community is aware of our workforce readiness programs across Cabell County, and it's important for our industry leaders to see these important programs that we offer as well. And so we want to congratulate Motor Masters for obtaining the West Virginia State Vehicle Inspection License. So they are now, as a simulated workplace environment, able to conduct vehicle state inspections for their clients at the Career Center. So again, giving these students those real-world experiences is something that we're really, really proud of that this program's taken on.
Can I?
Yeah.
Mr. Paul and I had an opportunity to go up there, and it was incredible. Some of the things that our students are doing and what they're learning there during the skills challenge. I know it was interesting with the welding was probably the most interesting piece that I was up there when I saw, and the things that they were doing. It was very, very great. It was very, very good, and the students were enjoying it. The competition, all of the instructors were walking around and helping. It was just it's a joy. It's a joy to be there and see it. So it was very, very good opportunity to visit the school and everything too. So.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Great.
One of the things that continues to amaze me when I go is the event where they're timed on the speed and accuracy in changing brake pads and rotors. They have got it down to like 63 seconds flat or something. I mean, it's amazing with the speed and accuracy that they can do a whole rotor and a brake pad assembly. It's quite fascinating. So again, I encourage you to think about that. Think about attending it if you haven't in the past soon. So we also had Huntington was host to the Wild and Wonderful Career and Technical Education Administrators Conference, which brought CTE administrators and teachers and district staff from all over the state of West Virginia to Huntington for a several-day conference. And so I was asked to be able to provide some welcoming remarks from the Cabell County School System at the Doubletree Hotel here in Huntington to welcome these administrators from all over the country, all over the state. There was probably close to 200 folks in attendance, and I was so happy that they had chosen Huntington to be the place that they chose. Of course, I also provided an invitation to be able to host the conference in the next 2 years at the new Woody Williams Center for Advanced Learning and Careers, because it'll definitely have the space available through our conferencing center abilities, but also to see our programs firsthand. Ms. Watts, Dr. Stevens and I just returned from the National Conference on Education, where we were invited to provide a training for other superintendents and other district leaders from across the country on our parent engagement strategies that we've been employing over the last 2 years, and the difference in mind shift that we've been working with our schools to be able to create these more engaging, more inclusive parent engagement activities beyond just normal Title I activities. And so we were able to present on that, and Dr. Stevens and Ms. Watts did a fantastic job. I also had the opportunity to present with the National Superintendents Association and the National PTA Association on our parent-teacher workshop initiative that we did this year. As you may recall, this was the first year we've employed something like this, which is where we had a dedicated evening for parents to come in and to meet with teachers specifically, not just on how well their students are performing, but how they can help their children at home. And so this was a really unique opportunity for us to share what we've been doing in Cabell County, but also for us to be able to learn from other school districts on what they're doing in their school districts to promote public education and to best meet the needs of our students, both from a social, emotional, behavior, attendance, and academic standpoint. So we also have some celebrations that, and of course some of these you'll probably get to see at a board meeting soon, but we want to congratulate the Huntington High boys swim team who won the state title. So congratulations to Huntington, the Highlander boys. We also want to congratulate Lauren Lockwood, who became the first female individual state winner in Huntington High School history. So a really precedent-setting accomplishment for Lauren Lockwood. We want to congratulate her, and again, that'll be something that you'll probably get a chance to congratulate her firsthand here soon. We also want to congratulate Huntington Middle School and Milton Middle School. Huntington Middle School placed first, and Milton Middle School placed second in our Region 4 History Bowl contest, which was actually hosted at Milton Middle School, but there were many teams from many different counties that converged at Milton Middle School, and we want to congratulate both of those middle school teams on placing, and now they're going to be moving on to the state championship competition. I do not have the date of that event, but I will be sure to share it with you in our board update on Friday. So if that's something you'd like to attend, then we can make that happen. I will also say that Cabell County Schools loves to be a gracious host for these events, and we were able to live stream it for all of not only our school district, but for our sister counties to be able to see what was going on with their students. Want to also congratulate our Huntington High School boys basketball team. They won the MSAC championship, so congratulations them for becoming the conference champions. And then finally, we also want to congratulate Cabell Midland High School. Their cheerleading squad placed 11th in the nation at the UCA National Cheerleading Competition, and I believe that was actually in Orlando. So we want to congratulate those young cheerleaders who did a fantastic job representing not only Cabell County, or not only Cabell Midland, but Cabell County and the state of West Virginia. So congratulations to those students. Some upcoming events that I want to make sure the board's aware of. We have on February 22nd, we're going to be celebrating School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. Also on February 22nd, again, this is Thursday, we will have our Career and Technical Education CTE Advisory Meeting at Huntington High School. If you're not familiar with this, every program concentration, whether it be nursing, graphic design, law and public safety, automotive, whatever it may be, are required to have advisory councils. This advisory meeting is an annual meeting where the industry partners with these programs come together. There's a dinner served by the ProStart students, but they meet with their advisory councils and discuss the strengths of their programs, but also where these industry experts feel that they need to continue to evolve in order to meet the changing workforce demands. So this is a really, really important process that our career and technical education programs undergo every year to make sure that we're as current as possible and that we're meeting the demands of a changing workforce. And so if you have an opportunity, we would love to have you. I will be there presenting some remarks. And so again, we would love to have you join us on Thursday evening. February 27th, we have a Young People's Concert with the Women's Club. And I'm not sure, do we know if that's here, Ms. Giles? Is it here in this building?
That's Keith Albert usually.
Oh, okay, Civic Center? Okay. So just want to make note of that. And then, of course, Music in Our Schools Month begins on March 1st, along with Women's History Month. March 1st is also a very big day. That's the pre-K registration and kindergarten enrollment date for our schools. All of our kindergarten and pre-K classrooms will actually be out that day so that those teachers can welcome some of our new families. And then, of course, we have All-County Orchestra on March 5th at 7 o'clock, All-County Chorus Concert at Cabell Midland High School at 7 o'clock on the 8th. The third Night on 5th event will be here on March 12th at 6 p.m. March 12th was also an all-county band concert at Cabell Midland High School at 7. So you can see there's a lot of things going on across the district that keep us quite busy the month of March. March 16th is also a very special event. That's the Hard Hats and Heroes event at Mountain Health Arena starting at 10 a.m. This is in concert with United Way's, the United Way, what's the name of it, Mr. Boggs? What is it? What is it? Yeah, United Way. It's the, sorry? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. No, I'm sorry. It's the, it's basically it's a community resource fair that United Way River Cities puts on for all of our pre-K programs across the county. And there's different resource vendors that come in. I can't think of the name of the event. It's drawn a blank for me. Super Saturday. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Giles. I appreciate you finally helping me out over there. Super Saturday event sponsored by the United Way of the River Cities is beside the Hard Hats for Heroes. The Cabell County Schools Education Foundation, of course, they're completely separate from the school district, but the foundation is part of their outreach for classroom grants and scholarships. One of the ways that they have to get funded is through fundraising. So they've joined with a partnership with the Junior League of Huntington to be able to host the Hard Hats for Heroes, which is basically a touch a truck event. So all emergency vehicles, there'll be emergency vehicles, things like that kids can come and they can sit on and they can blow the horn and have sirens. We're going to have, there's going to be a petting zoo there. So not only do we have Super Saturday going on, but we have Hard Hats for Heroes. So it's going to be a big day at the Civic Arena for all things kids across Cabell County. So we're really looking forward to that event. I hope that you all can make it. We'll be there all day. And then, of course, how cool is this? The show choir competition for Cabell Midland High School on March 24th from 10 to 6. We'll be hosting show choirs from all across the state and region right here in Cabell County for that event. So, again, a very, very busy month ahead, and I just want to make sure you're aware of all these events, and hope you can maybe try to come to one or two of them. So.
The event on the 24th also includes our at least one elementary choir.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, Barboursville. That's
Elementary.
fantastic. Awesome. That's great.
Great.
And I imagine you have a child participating? There you go. Very good. Madam President, board members, unless there's any questions, that concludes my comments.
Any questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Sachs.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that update. All right, we'll move on now to delegations to be heard. Do we have any
We do.
folks signed up? Okay. I'll proceed with reading a statement here. The school board recognizes the value of public comment on educational, financial, administrative, and other issues related to the board's work. The board therefore provides a period for public participation at every meeting of the board and publishes rules to govern such participation in board meetings. Comments by members of the public at special meetings shall be limited to agenda items only. I might remind you, this is not a special meeting of the board. So comments are not limited to agenda items only. Public comment is not an open forum to attack individual school system employees or board members. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. This is a business meeting of the school board. The board appreciates the public's input and will listen attentively, consider each comment, but will not respond, debate, or answer questions during comments on agenda items or during the public comments section. When you are called to come forward, please state your name, address, and group affiliation, if and when appropriate, for the record. Thank you.
Carolyn Miller.
My name is Carolyn Miller. My address is 2946 Piedmont Road, Huntington. I'm a retired educator. When I taught my students conflict resolution, I used animals. The shark says, "My way is the only way. Might makes right." The shark is not open to discussing or learning more about others' positions. We've seen much use of the shark style these past months. The turtle goes inside its shell and doesn't want to engage or discuss the problem. I watched at that August meeting as several, not all board members, sat stone-faced, arms folded, in true turtle fashion, and appeared to be just sitting there waiting for public comments to end so they could go ahead with decisions they had already made. The teddy bear says, "I'll do whatever I need to do to make you happy." Perhaps the board expected the parks and libraries to accommodate them, but fortunately for our community, they chose a different response. The fox approach is compromise, but even in the most balanced negotiations and compromise, we end up with less than the very best solution. And that's okay in many situations, but for the most important issues, the OWL approach is needed. The OWL looks for the win-win solution, and both sides ask, what do you need? It takes a great deal of time, commitment, energy, and a willingness to listen to new ideas. That's why it's reserved for those problems that really do need the very best solution. This conflict over the funding of our parks and libraries is one of those problems. The schools, the parks, the libraries, and our churches are the fabric of our community that meets our families where they live. We must not allow that fabric to be destroyed. The true stakeholders in this conflict are not the school board, not the parks or the libraries, but the members of our community. The first step in solving any problem is to identify clearly what the issue is. At the last meeting, Dr. Sachs stated, it truly does come down to a faulty mechanism for funding. It's not fair that we have to support the libraries when other counties don't. So we know where to focus our energies. I'm here, Superintendent Sachs, to challenge you to take on the role of an owl and help this community find answers that will leave all three entities in a better position than when this conflict began. Call together a task force of key members of our community, local governmental bodies, state legislators, civic groups, business leaders, Marshall University, legal experts, and find a better funding mechanism. Hold open forums to listen to the ideas of community members. This is not a part of your job description and not something you are paid to do, but you have a moral obligation as a citizen who is in a position of power and influence and who has pointed out this problem to spearhead finding the solution. It will take a great deal of time, effort, and perhaps most importantly, humility. It will require listening and a willingness to think outside the box. This solution will not be a school board decision, but a community decision. But it must be one where all three entities are met at a greater level than before this conflict began. Those representing the libraries and parks will need to let the courts decide the legal issues, but regardless of their decision, look at this as a chance to find a better solution that will provide greater opportunities. Dr. Sachs, the response you make to this challenge will determine your legacy. Will you be known as the shark who swam through and ripped apart the fabric of our community? Or are you going to put on one of your superhero capes, become an owl, and lead a group of others to find a solution that will pull the community together into an even greater place where children and their families can thrive, not just in our schools, but in our community? Thank you for the extra time.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Amanda Beach-Burge.
Hello, Amanda Beach-Burge, Chair for the Cabell County Democratic Executive Committee and candidate for District 23 House. 18 Garden Lane, Huntington, West Virginia. I think it's actually 81 now due to
Speak into that microphone because I don't hear that well.
Okay, I'm sorry. 81 Garden Lane now with a 911 update. So I wanted to touch on a topic that is on the agenda for tonight. The Section 7 special board items, 7.2 playground renovations and construction allocations. I imagine that the board will pass this unanimously today, but not because something you should have been doing all along, ensuring that playground equipment was there. It's because on the most recent update to the website, as part of the excess levy, you mentioned that you paid for playgrounds. That information isn't factually correct. Myself and our children have paid for playgrounds over the years. I have a son who is 12, 7 years in Cabell County schools. We've sold cookies, we've cooked spaghetti dinners, we've cooked hot dog dinners, we have sold a myriad of things such as popcorn and different things to raise the money for these playgrounds. I've seen a lot of glad handing and back patting tonight about what we're going to do when the most the board has ever been able to offer is mulch for the playgrounds. I also find it extremely interesting that the totals here listed here are about the same or equal to the equalization payments that would need to be made to the parks and libraries. I just wanted to call public attention to that today, and I thank you very much for your time.
Monty Fowler?
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
I always have to adjust this. Monty Fowler, 625 South Terrace. I'm glad we all made it back from Charleston. I think we can agree, no matter which side you're on, it was an interesting afternoon. I understood very little of what was said, so I'll have to wait for the judges to make their pronouncement. That said, I have 3 brief items. Mr. Rockton was kind enough to provide me with the public participation in board meetings section of your manual. It says right in here that each statement made by a participant shall be limited to the lesser of 5 minutes or an amount calculated by dividing the total number of registered users and all that stuff. Why can't we have 5 minutes instead of 3? That doesn't seem like a lot to ask, and 5 minutes isn't very long to begin with. 2, take your statements you read before we get up here and talk at you to heart, but you can restrict how long I can talk. I get that. I'm a believer in Robert's Rules of Order, and we got to move things along because nobody wants to be here till 11 o'clock at night, believe me, including me. But you can't tell me what I can and cannot talk about. That's prior restraint. It's unconstitutional, and that should be stricken from your thing you read before we get up here every week. And the third thing is, I will say to Ms. Hornbuckle, I have been getting some responses to my numerous Freedom of Information Act requests. I appreciate that. I would also like to note that it took the threat of legal action to provoke some of those responses from the school board. That is reprehensible. I'm a private citizen. I was asking some questions about things that should be readily or generally readily available and easy to obtain. It shouldn't take the threat of legal action for me to get that information. Thank you.
That concludes delegations.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sachs. All right, board members, section 3, board member comments. Do we have any at this time?
I just have a quick comment. I was so glad that the ROTC Air Force program was given another year to be on probation. Knowing that you have 2,000 students at Cabell Midland, I find it hard to believe that we can't make our numbers, that we can't get the 100 that we need. The program is so great, and it's so structured. I think that you have 6 counselors at Cabell Midland. I think those counselors know the kids that they counsel, and I think that those kids that don't know really what they want to do or what, that aren't really structured, those counselors should counsel them to maybe try that program to see if they like the structure. I mean, you got 6 counselors. They should be talking to those students and seeing that we get those numbers up to 100. That's what I think. I think it would be a tragedy to lose that program at this point. It's just such a good structured program for these young people that don't know what they want to do or where they're going. just think the counselors should maybe do a little bit more than they're doing.
Thank you, Mrs. Neely. I'd like to have an opportunity to fill you in on where we are also. I don't disagree. The Air Force Junior ROTC program at Cabell Midland is a wonderful opportunity for our students. And again, you know, our mission is to make sure our students are walking across the graduation stage being college, career, or military enlistment ready. And one of the things, if I could, is I want to submit to you some of my theories as to why Cabell Midland has struggled compared to Huntington High School. And this is going to be a very candid assessment, board members. I want you to understand where I believe our challenges have come from. The program at Huntington High School differs. It's an Army program. Doesn't make it any less should not make it any less appealing. But what you do see at Huntington High School is a far greater outreach of that program within the school community and the broader community itself. They also have active participation in the JROTC Raider competition, which is that athletic competition that really excites students to participate. And the Macy's have done a fantastic job in communicating well with the school staff at Huntington High, building understanding with the counseling staff as to what the JROTC program is able to provide to students and the opportunities it provides. And then, of course, their recruitment with the middle schools in attracting middle school students to enroll as ninth graders has also been very, very successful. It's important to note that the congressional requirement for ROTC programs is either 10% of the school population or 100, whichever is less. So because our two high schools are so large, that's why we have that 100 student threshold. Interestingly, you know, in comparison, the Army JROTC program at Huntington High is this year, I think, at 106 students. So they're always fighting to get above that, to get that congressional requirement. I actually, in our work with our congressional delegation, both Senator Capito's office and Congresswoman Miller, they've been trying to work on actual legislation beyond just our Cabell County issue with Congress to adjust those thresholds. Because as Cabell Midland presented when they were here the other night, they have some amazing achievements out of that program. They have some students that have gone on to do amazing things, whether it be with the Air Force or the military or even in the private sector of flying. However, one of the things that I think I have discovered is that some of the engagement activities that Cabell Midland has not taken on yet could improve their enrollment. Things like, and I'm making a recommendation to the program, is that they consider adding a Raider event where they have students participate in Raider competitions, both at the local level, but also, you know, on these statewide events that are also available. I think that's going to help. I think that they have not in the past focused their recruitment efforts at the middle school level. They've gone to and helped it, like Martha, with some drone type stuff, and that's important in their outreach, but their target audience really needs to be the middle school programs as well. And so that's some of the constructive feedback that we've been able to provide to the program. And obviously, we are so excited that we've received that one additional year of probationary status to get our numbers up. So I charged Ms. Scarberry and Mr. Adkins, the principal, as well as the counseling staff, to work on this immediately. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Scarberry to come up and let you know where we stand for enrollment at this point for next school year now that we have probationary status.
At this point right now, as of last Thursday was the last day that I had spoke to Mr. Adkins about it, we have 95 kids enrolled in the course.
That's great.
As part of our probationary status, we will present the Air Force with a report in March that will state what we will do as a district in order to increase the recruitment efforts. And we will report those numbers. Also, enrolling a student and maintaining that student in that course is important as well. as we build the schedule. So we need to be very mindful as we build the schedule, the master schedule for Cabell Midland, that we build it in such a way that we also support our students in maintaining those numbers within there. And I think it's important that we also make ourselves very visible within the community. One of the things that we also don't want to do is market ourselves as a way into the military. That is an option with the ROTC, but we do not want to send the message that that is the only pathway there, because the skills that they learn with team building, with structure, with being responsible to each other are far important in our work in the workplace. When they go to school, if they do training after school, those are important, as well as if a student would want to go to the military, we do not want to limit that in any way. We want to support that, but we do not want to portray our ROTC program as the way. We have students who take dual credit classes or CTE programs that serve our country every day, and so we want to make that a pathway for our students. As another CTE program, and that's important for us because it is a CTE program as well.
I know that a lot of people think that if you go into that junior ROTC, parents think, I know that they think that we're trying to recruit these young people to join the military, which is not what it's for. You know, I'm thinking, you know, it's for structure, it's to provide them with, I don't know, I think it would make them feel better. You have a lot of kids that are loners. You know, those kids would really benefit being into a program that gives them structure. I think people that are loners like that like structure. I really do. And you got, in my mind, you know, when I'm thinking, you know, I'm so happy that they gave us another year to try.
Absolutely.
You know, with all those kids up there, all those students that we have, you got the counselors, you know. Those counselors know the kids that they counsel. They know the ones that are loners. They know the ones that need the structure. Maybe if they would work a little harder, and I'm not saying they don't, I don't mean to insinuate that. I'm just saying they know their kids. If they would work hard and trying to get those kids in that program, you should not have a problem getting the 100 that you need. I am happy to hear that there's 95 people in there. I am thrilled because the last number we heard, I don't know, is he a colonel?
We have 60 that are currently in the program at this time. And I do think at Huntington High, it's a very visible community.
It is.
And that is what we have to build at Cabell Midland, is a very visible community. You see the ROTC at Huntington High with a servant leadership model.
Yes.
And that changes it because the kids not only serve their community and their school, but they serve each other.
I'm wondering, I don't know how to phrase it. You know, your colonel up there, the Macy's are terrific. You've got the husband-wife team, you know, the woman that's working with the girls in there, it's wonderful, and it's good to have. Are they working as hard as they should to get those numbers up there? 60 was what he said when he was here, and I just was baffled at 60. You know, out of all the students in there, there's gotta be more than 100. You know, if they've got 106 at Huntington High, they should be able to get 100 up there with 2,000 students.
I don't disagree, and what I would say is that I don't know that it's any one person. I think it's a team effort at Midland. I think you're right. It takes the administration, it takes the counselors, it takes the ROTC instructors working in concert to be able to help improve enrollment, and that's what we're going to work on. And I also have an idea that I'd like to submit to you all, because I think there's a way that we can also help some of that community outreach or the visibility of the programs. And I would like to ask that this board consider us inviting the ROTC programs at Cabell Midland and Huntington High to present the colors at the beginning of one board meeting a month. And we could rotate between programs, but 1 month would be Cabell Midland, the next month could be Huntington High, and that through that activity, we ask that they consider having different officers present, at different times, so that it gives as many students an opportunity as possible to be able to present the colors at the beginning of a board meeting, on behalf of the junior ROTC programs. I've seen that happen before. I think it's really unique, and again, it's part of their civic. It's a civic activity, and so maybe that would be something that we could do just to help promote our appreciation for those students and those programs for both schools. And at the same token, it gets an opportunity for those ROTC instructors to see you all and for you to see them and for us to engage with those cadets as well. So if that's something that you all would love to entertain, then I think we can make that
Sounds
happen.
great. I think that's a good idea. I just, you know what, I just would hate to lose that program.
Absolutely, and we through the help of Dr. Sachs were able to have those conversations with some representatives who did go out and speak on our behalf. And I will say that the counselors at Cabell Midland have, since we have known that we are getting the program back, have really taken that concerted effort and really reaching out there and know how important that program is. So we do have work to do, but we know that we will be able to get that work
Thank you, Mrs.
completed.
Scarberry.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear the update.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
glad you brought it up.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Okay, that's all
right.
I've got.
Thank you, Mrs. Neely. All right, we'll move on. We're on to the consent agenda.
Would you mind, I apologize, there's just one more thing I was hoping to mention. Is that okay? I wanted to thank Ms. Miller for coming and speaking this evening. I think the advice that you were suggesting is heard, and I appreciate your constructive feedback on the issue at hand. So thank you, and if there's ever an opportunity for you and I to talk, I would love the opportunity to be able to talk with you a little bit. So thank you so much.
I agree with
If
that.
maybe before you leave, if
Yeah.
you wouldn't mind providing Ms. Carolyn your contact information, I'd love to reach out. Thank you.
I agree with that totally. All right, consent agenda. Board members, you have any item in that agenda that you wish to pull or discuss? Any questions?
I didn't have any.
All right, I'm hearing none. Could I have a motion, please?
Make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as it is.
All right, Mr. Polly has made the motion to accept the agenda as proposed.
Second.
Mr. Miller has seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Let's move on now to financial items, and Mr. Rodkin.
Thank you, Madam President. And good evening, board members. On the agenda this evening, for the finance part of the agenda, we've got the treasurer's report and vouchers payable for February, the normal stuff. We do have some supplements and transfers also on the agenda. Just wanted to give you an update on property taxes. That's really the only update I have for you this evening. You know, I did mention last month that we're off on our property taxes. We're collecting at a lower rate than what we anticipated. February's numbers came in about 2 weeks ago, and we have closed that gap, not by much, but we've closed it a little bit. So we're now, instead of being about 2.5% off, we're now about 2%, but that 2% still equates to almost $1.2 million. So something we need to continue to watch as we go through the spring. Do you all have any questions for me?
No, next time. I guess we don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. All right, do I have a motion on the treasurer's report, the financial section?
So moved.
All right. Mrs. Bond made the motion. Mrs. Neely has seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Let's move ahead now to personnel. Mrs. Neely, since I have a family member in this section, I'm going to ask you to take over the personnel section, all right? I think it's on page 11.
Under 55.
Yeah, Jason.
51, 55.
Jason Smalley on page 11, resigning from a volunteer position.
Okay.
But I will step out for this
Okay.
section, and let me know when I can do that.
Okay. So we're under section 51, 55P, Jason Smalley. It's resignation on coaching professional personnel. Do I hear a motion to accept the resignation of Mr. Smalley?
Yeah,
Mr. Polly moves.
move it, yes.
I need a second. Mr. Miller seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mrs. Smalley can come back.
Okay.
It failed, they said he can't resign.
I already told her it passed.
So.
Happy to hear that.
That's the first thing I said.
You get to volunteer some more? All right, did you do the rest of the personnel section?
We
All
only
right.
did that section.
All right, so.
I just did Jason.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, so I need a motion on the remainder of the personnel section.
I'll move that we accept the remainder of the personnel section as presented.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Neely has made the motion.
Second.
I need a second. Mr. Pauly, thank you, sir. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. Quite a bit of personnel there. Apologize for this. Are we up to?
7.
Page 15.
Okay, can see the heading at the top of page 15, special board items. All right. Do we have any questions, comments about the items in?
I'd like to, if you permit me, 7.01.
Certainly.
So at the beginning of the year, we had several different appointments. One of those appointments was to the West Virginia 4-H Extension Committee, and Ms. Bond had agreed to serve on that committee. They really only, on this committee, they serve up to 5 years, and the code actually requires that a person from the board represent them on the executive committee, or represent the school district. And they really only meet like once or twice a year. There's a meeting that's getting ready to take place. I think it's sometime, it might be this week or next week. I'd have to double check. But in talking with Ms. Bond, I'd asked her if she wanted to continue that. And so do you want to provide any narrative on that, or just?
I have made the decision not to run again.
Right.
I think it is important that we have an active board member representing the board for the 4-H. So I was hoping that another board member would be willing to serve in that capacity.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to, I didn't want to put words in your mouth.
No,
So,
no,
so thank you.
you're right
And I
on.
think that one of the things we talked about was the continuity. So having someone going ahead and getting
Yes.
established, since it is a 5-year term.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see if there's any board member that would like to consider being on the 4-H Extension Service Committee. And again, they only meet like once or twice. I think that, I'll double check, but I think it's autumn.
Are the meetings local?
Yes, they're just,
Yeah.
I think they're usually right there. I have it right here. They're going to, actually, it's going to be Zoom, so it's not even in person. Oh, I'm sorry, it's in person or it could be Zoom, and it's going to be Thursday, the 22nd at 6 to 7, which happens to be during the same time as our advisory council
Yes.
for, so, and if you can't go, then maybe you could at least talk with Leslie Summers, the extension agent, just to see if there's anything that you all, need to provide input on. But we do need someone, and want to see if there's anybody that's willing to take that on at this time. And it could be after
Okay.
July. We could also determine something after July,
Okay.
after the
Let's
after
do
the
that.
election, but that's up to you also.
I was in 4-H, I gotta be honest. It's a great program.
It is.
It is a super program.
I'll know
I'm-
better after May.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
okay.
well,
Can we,
I tell you what,
can we just put that on the burner?
we can
and-
put it on the burner, and I would be happy to reach out and make sure that you'll have all the information you
Yeah.
need in order to make a decision in the future, and I can relay that to her if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be
So
great.
we'll just make sure we put
Okay.
that, we'll put that on a July, the first statutory meeting in July.
There we go.
Board meeting, if that's fine.
All right.
You'll know then.
Oh, wow, that,
You'll know then. Yeah.
that air conditioner system just shut off and it got really quiet.
Didn't realize how noisy it
I
was.
know, I
till
didn't
it-
either.
Till it stopped.
So, all right, well, so we'll basically table 7.01.
Yes,
Okay,
okay,
all right.
that would be good. Thank you
So,
very much on that.
just so Carolyn is aware, Carolyn, we're going to table item 7.01. We do need a motion, if that's okay, just to do it
Okay.
appropriately. We're going to table item 7.01 to the first statutory meeting in July. So if we can just have a motion and a second on that and
Right.
approval, that'd be great.
Make a motion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I move that we table item 7.05.
01.
A one.
01, I'm sorry, appointment to member of the 4-H Extension Committee to be tabled to the July meeting.
All right, she's getting it down.
Need a second.
Mrs. Neely has made the motion.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Mr. Miller. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously to table until the first meeting in July.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
Anything about playground renovation or special board items? Anything at all?
Yeah, really, we don't have to act on 7.03 as long as if you
Yeah.
want to decide to act on 7.02.
Okay.
President Small, I just would like to make one comment
Okay,
on 702.
yes, sir.
And I've expressed this to Dr. Sachs, is that all supportive of this, absolutely. I mean, I think we need to do this, and we'll vote, all that stuff. But I did have a concern at that time, and that was future expectations. As we move forward after these four, we have to be careful because there may be expectations from other schools that would like the same funding opportunity. But we have to recognize, or they have to recognize, it's all budget-based. I mean, if we don't have the money, we may not be able to do it in the future. So I guess it's just managing, for Dr. Sachs, managing those expectations for other schools out there that, yes, we're striving to do this, but we may not be able to do it, 2 years from now or 3 years from now. So that was my only comment, because I totally support it. But it was just that concern of expectation levels that
Yeah.
we may not be able to do it another time after
We
this.
can't set a precedent.
Yes.
Well, I think it's important that everyone knows that, there is an expectation that we're partnering with the school
Yes, great point.
to provide these.
Absolutely.
It's not at
Yeah.
all, we're not doing it all, and they're not having to do it all. As was mentioned earlier tonight, fundraisers have been done for playgrounds
Yes.
in the past. Absolutely.
For years.
But,
Decades.
this board at this time is making the decision that we want to participate
Yeah.
more in doing these things. And but since I came on board, I felt like we should participate. So
I
Totally
agree.
agree.
not something new.
Okay.
And I would just like to add that to both Board Member Miller and Board Member Polly, that you're exactly right. I think that making sure that schools understand that these are case-by-case bases, based upon what we have available and what we are going to budget. It all has to be part of the budgeting process. And that, being able to do something like this for all 18 schools next year is not going to happen. It can't happen that way. And we did have a speaker earlier that talked about that they believe that there was inaccurate information. And I think that I'll be honest with you, with all due respect to that individual, I think they're looking at the wrong thing. What I think they're looking at is the proposed excess levy. And the proposed excess levy that was approved by the board in August
In August.
did establish a new line item for playgrounds and outdoor learning spaces. And it was $215,000. It was a line item that was added. The current excess levy does not have a provision for outdoor classrooms or playgrounds. And so as such, we have not had excess levy funding specifically for those types of projects. In fact, anytime that's happened before, if there was a contribution from the school district, and there have been multiple contributions. I mean, I can tell you that there's been a contribution to help, obviously, High Lawn with their new facility, but Spring Hill Elementary had a playground structure that was damaged by a tree falling on it. We helped with the replacement of that. There's Salt Rock Elementary has had new playground equipment that we've helped contribute to, and that's just in the last 2 years. So there has been a tradition of where we help sometimes those PTAs or school organizations, maybe not to the extent of what we're trying to accomplish here, and definitely not to the extent of what we hope to do over the next 5 years if the excess levy was to pass. But that does show that this board, way back in June and July when we were looking at our budgets and we were proposing our excess levy calls, wanted to take into consideration how do we build something into a budget proposal that we are asking the voters to approve, where there is a specific amount of money set aside that this board can use to determine, based upon need, based upon specific situations, can allocate toward projects. It does not mean that every school will have up to $400 every time they put a proposal in. It's going to be based upon what the needs are in that given year. And if the excess levy was to pass, then this board would have discretion in being able to potentially fund those things based upon the current language in the excess levy. So I wanted to be able to clear that up for the board and for the community that the old levy does not have a line item. The proposed excess levy does. And that's because this board established that they want to be able to have a line item that we can potentially fund those renovations or new playgrounds annually over the next school years, but there's a budget that we would work from to establish that. Mr. Pauly, you had mentioned one thing, and I wanted to hit on that one as well, but it has lost me, but if it comes back, I'll hit it. But I think we've covered it, so.
All right. Item 8, discussion, update on current legal
Oh,
issues.
no, we need to- I'm asking that you consider this, but if it's your choice for the playgrounds.
Oh, okay.
And so what I'm asking is I'm asking you to, I'm recommending to the
You
board.
wanna- oh, go ahead, sir.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
I'm recommending to the board that you provide this allocation that we can use to help make decisions on purchases that we'll have to bring back to you for final approval.
Okay.
But this will give us some direction if you all would like to approve this recommendation.
All right, we've heard the superintendent's recommendation.
Make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
Mr. Pauly has motioned that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
Second that motion.
Mr. Miller has seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion has carried unanimously. Apologize for that. Next, 8, discussion, update on current legal issues, and I am sure that we need to discuss some legal issues tonight. So I will ask for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
So moved by Mrs. Neely.
Second?
And seconded by Mrs. Bond. All in favor of going into executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously, we are in executive session.
Why do you look like security?
I said he looks like a burglar.
Well. Did Ernie leave? Oh, okay.
He probably needed fresh air.
I need a motion to go back into open session.
So moved.
Mrs. Neely makes a motion, and Mrs. Bond has seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mrs. Neely makes a motion to adjourn. Mr. Miller has seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned. 9